Hello to the stream. Uh, yeah, I'm just getting ready. I forgot to put the about to start screen at the beginning, so you were just looking at OBS. Ironic 0G in Godot, yes. True. Totally true. Okay, let me just say that I started on stream. There we go. Okay, so welcome again. I can begin. This is the 5th stream of the 0G game made in Godot for Ludum Dare. And well, on my last stream, I talked about making Godot utils. Oh yeah, I did add a few things into my Godot utils. Is this it? No, this is the error. Godot utils. There it is. So I actually added a few more functions that you can find in this repository. Not Godot utils. Oh, still no stars. Yeah, for example, in the beginning I made these like extensions for getting forward, up, right vectors, which is more Unity-like. Just something that is much easier for me to understand instead of no 3D global transform basis.y. It's like, yeah, it is weird. I'm not used to that. Even in my engine, I made it like this. And today I added instantiate, which actually creates a new node and adds it to the world, just like kind of in Unity. And then it adds a child if you pass in a parent, adds as a child. And then I've also added a few more things. I added ability to like get a raw, basically -1 if negative key is gotten and positive, so that I don't have to write this ternary operator every time. And then I added some, killing motion for physics by killing the linear and angular velocity, and also detaching joints, just the one method. So that's like the only things that I have so far. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I totally forgot to put on the chat. Okay, chat is not saying anything, so that's good. Let's see, mobile live dashboard. Yes. Okay. Come on, open up. Stream manager. There it is. Okay, cool. I have the chat now on the phone as well. I don't have to look into OBS. Hey man, saw the 0G locomotion. Looks really good. Well, it's a beginning. It's something. So yeah, let me talk about that. The 0G locomotion. So I was trying, if you have seen the stream yesterday, I was really struggling to figuring out how joints in Godot work. And it's super hard to deal with them because they don't have any, you can't see the game running in the editor, unlike in Unity, which is a huge bummer, unfortunately. So yeah, you can't move around things, you can't just, and it doesn't have anchors, it doesn't have connected anchors, so everything is so much more complicated. But yeah, at the end, I figured out why moving a joint component didn't work. And here's why. You see, this is what I was trying to do. yesterday. I was trying to, if I had a child node and I had a joint, I had a 6DOF joint. What I was doing is I was simply attaching this one to an object and then trying to move it. But the problem is that, yeah, and then I assigned just one node. And so because I'm used to it in Unity, it's just enough for you to make an object, add a joint, and then attach one body. And then you will have a static, you will have a thing here, like this one. Wait, how do I select? There it is. Okay, yes. You have this joint, which is attached to this cube. So when I start the game, by the way, I hope you can see the game. Tell me if you can. Yeah, if you start the game, you can see the cube is like swinging around as it should be, right? Because the analog can see it. Okay, good. So that's the proof that it's actually running on the dedicated GPU and not the integrated. Because when integrated GPU is on full screen, then OBS doesn't work. It doesn't record it. It just records everything behind. So yeah, and in this mode, when you move a joint, if you move joint programmatically, nothing happens. The box just keeps on swinging here. And I couldn't figure out why I couldn't reset the position. Well, turns out in Godot, you need to make a joint be connected to a static body. So yes, this is the solution. You have to have a static body that is actually the position. So it's basically like a kinematic rigid body, right? But it's not actually a kinematic rigid body. It's actually a static body. So that one needs to be connected to the joint as well. So there, you have to have a static body and then a test box. And now I can actually move the whole thing when I move the body. It is really, really confusing because this 6DOF joint actually has a position as well. So, what the hell? Moving this didn't work. That's confusing about having the thing in 3D. Not having like components on a single object, but having these nested 3D nodes, because this 3D node actually does nothing. Well, actually, it does do something. It's acting kind of like an anchor of the joint, but you can't actually move it, which is also weird, which I don't know if I'll be able to accomplish what I'm trying to do soon. By the way, I have made this thing I made a little test where I'm moving the static body. And so you can see now that the root of the joint is moving. If I use keys up and down, no wait, left and right. Yeah, left and right, there it is. The joint is actually moving now. The core, the root, which is up there somewhere. So you can see that like this box is now like hitting the station. And yeah. So, you can see that I managed to move the root. And finally, that is how I managed to implement locomotion of the character by modifying, why did I go out? I don't know. I need to come to something. And then if I click, now I can move around. Okay. I'm also making tea, so I have to go pour the tea. Okay, here we go. By the way, you say that. Hello, Mike Klubinka, by the way, I didn't even say. So, the fact that you can't see the game instead of in the editor honestly makes the engine a 6 out of 10 instead of 10 for me. I hope they will implement it in the future. Yes, it's a huge deal, especially when dealing with finicky stuff like joints, where you need to move things around in the editor to be able to see it. Like how it behaves, and yeah, so I'm kind of like working blind with all the joints. I just make these like tests and see if things work. Anyway, what do you think your final decision will be, sticking with Godot? I don't know. Frankly, if there is one more thing that makes me extremely frustrated, like this joint thing did, I think I'm gonna move, and I think I can probably just re-implement everything in like 2 hours in Unity, just because I know Unity for the past 10 years, and I know how to work with joints. I know how to work with physics. So, yeah, redoing it, and I already have the assets. Well, these basic ones at least. But yeah, anyway, you may have noticed that there is another problem. When I click on the side, there is this jerk, you notice. And to be honest, I have no idea what causes it. I tried to fight it already, and it's obvious that what is happening is that the joint actually kind of remembers the old position. And then, because it depends on how far from the jerk is smaller, if it's very close, right? There's barely any jerk. Then I go far away, I fly over here, and then I grab, boom, and then there's a huge jerk. So it has to do with like the difference from the last one, but it doesn't make any sense because I tried everything. I tried killing motion, I tried killing position, setting position of everything. I don't know, it's like nothing resets it. There's some kind of a hidden variable that doesn't want to get reset. And yes, it is extremely annoying. And the problem is that it even happens in the first time you use it. You actually can using tool scripts. Tool scripts, I don't know. So when I grab things, there is a jerk in the beginning as well. So this is what I'm trying to do, right? Okay, this is how everything works. Okay, I said that figured out didn't work, and moving along vertex. Okay, now I need to fix this jerk. And this is how I do things. For now, I'm only handling grabbing static objects. So there it is, attaching to static. What I'm doing is that I'm creating a new character body. Well, I'm using character body. By the way, this is such a weird naming scheme because I'm not actually using static body, because static body does not apply any velocities. So when I implemented everything with static body, it didn't actually give me velocity. So if I try to use static body, for example, and I have to turn this into a static body as well, and I think that's it basically, because everything is the same. You can run any physics live in the editor with tool scripts. How? What are tool scripts? I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So when I use a static, oh look, it doesn't actually have that problem. Interesting. It doesn't actually give me a jerk. Wait a minute. Did I just fix the whole thing? How do I have velocity now? I didn't have velocity previously. Okay, I think I actually fixed my problem. Ah, it's because I made the joint softer. That's why, probably. because I had a limit. I had a hard limit. So now it actually totally works. Okay, I actually wanted to show you what sucks, and it turns out that it works good. And by the way, you can grab at any distance right now, but that's just for testing. Of course, you will not be able to grab at any distance. Okay, and also, you see this jerky rotation. It's just because of the mouse. Mouse is not smoothed, which you definitely want to smooth as well. But yeah, looks like it works now. Okay, so I think that because I didn't have any damping at any velocity, it actually didn't work with static body, and that's why I used the kinematic body. Okay, well, looks like it works now. Cool. It's good that I did this for this. If I wasn't streaming, here's the thing. Wait, why doesn't it raycast into the top? That's strange. Look at this. I can move from the top of the station to inside of the cupola with one swing. Anyway, what did I want to say? I wanted to say, if I wasn't streaming and I wasn't trying to show to everybody that this thing doesn't work, I would not discover jerk problem. Well, that was quick. Yeah. Seems like, yeah. Anyway, what I was trying to say is that I used to use a static body, but then it didn't want to give me velocity. So like when I actually move away like this, like if I swing around, it just got stuck here. Like so, it wasn't giving me this exit velocity. But then I turned it into a character joint. Well, this is actually a character body. Character body is actually kinematic body in Unity. It has a confusing name, but basically it's like a rigid body that is kinematic bool turned on. That's it. Oh, by the way, and I just noticed that this player body has drag by default, and it shouldn't. Like it's space, it's 0G. Nice rubber ducky. Google Godot running code in the editor. Yeah, there. I actually stopped completely relative to the station. I was moving slightly. So yeah, there is some drag on the body. Let's actually remove drag. Let me add this into my to-do. Remove drag. For everything. Okay. But yeah, so basically what I did in the meantime, I used the character joint, a character body, and that made the velocity work. But then in the meantime, after I started using character joint, I actually added some springiness to my joint. Oh, not this one. It's actually this one. This is the one that I use for let's call it grab joint. Okay, so grab joint. This is the one that I use, and I actually made it into linear spring. No, wait. What the hell? Wasn't it using a linear spring? Maybe that's not the grab joint. Okay, which one am I actually using? Now I'm actually totally confused. Okay, grab joint. Oh, it's a different grab joint. What is this then? 6th joint. Oh, that's actually the test one that I made. Yeah. There it is. This is the grab joint. Yeah, there it is. I actually added the spring. So that is why I have exit velocity now. Cool. So I fixed this. I fixed the joint jerk. less frustration for me, and I can move on to everything else. By the way, let's see. Let's see the chat. You actually can use tooling scripts. You can run any physics live in the editor. Physics live. What did answer this? Godot looks nice. It does look nice. I have to say that Godot has this kind of like a simple. It's very lightweight, and it has voxel-based like GI in real time, which is pretty amazing. You know, it doesn't force you to like download some gigantic render pipelines like Unity does. Okay, nice rubber ducking. Ducks is littered with warnings and dangers. Not good. Unity is littered with pricing changes and incompetent leadership. Yes. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Anyway, let me Google what you said. Godot running code in editor. Running code in the editor. What is tool? It's probably a line of code that when added at the top of your script makes it execute in the editor. Okay, so that's kind of like run in editor in tag in Unity. And let you access the scene tree. Powerful feature. Okay, but that doesn't mean you can run everything. Potentially misuse. Yeah. That's not the same. That's not the same as being able to like simulate physics and then move joints around. That's what I meant. Like, you know, in Unity you can play the scene and the cube is gonna start falling, and then you can like move it around and see how it collides with everything. And yeah, so that's what I want. True. Okay, so anyway, remove drag for everything. Yeah, let me actually see where. So I have my player, which is the rigid body. Physics material. I did actually override the physics material, but auto. That's fine. Gravity scale 0. Custom integrator. Internal force integration will be disabled. Will only move as determined by integrate forces. What happens if I disable if I say custom integrator? Does that mean everything works? Oh no, that means that you probably need to run physics manually. Okay. Lock rotation. Freeze mode static. Yeah, I can't freeze anyway. Linear. What is this linear? Oh, this is velocity. Okay. Damp modes. Oh, so damp is 0 and angular damp is 0. So why does it stop then? Combine, replace. What does it mean? In this mode, the body's dampening value is added to any value set in areas or the default. So you can actually have different. So that means that there is some kind of an environment setting for physics. Is there? Is there some kind of physics environment thing where you can define? Where you can define your like, yeah, where is actually global gravity defined and everything? Project settings. Let's see, physics. Default gravity, there it is. Default gravity 0. Jolt physics, yes. Default gravity vector. Okay, I guess I'm gonna keep it -1 because this property is only read when the project starts. To change the default gravity vector. Okay, I don't know. I mean, if gravity is 0, then the vector is not important. Default linear damp. Aha, there it is. So yeah, 0 damping. I didn't even notice that there is any damping. Angular. I guess I didn't play enough with the boxes. So like, if I try to knock this box, can't even knock the box. Okay, well, we can knock the box like this. Emergent gameplay. Boom. There it is. Nice. But it's not damping. It's like, maybe I removed damping for this one. I don't know. Did I? Oh, I did. Replace. Yeah. Now damping is probably not going to be 0. Let's try to knock it. Boom. Yeah, you can clearly see it's slowing down. It is slowing down the rotation. I mean, that's usually good in games because items will not like forever rotate. Keep on forever rotating. But in this case, we have a space game, so we do want to remove it completely. So yeah, let's see. Linear damping, angular damping, 0. Sleep threshold. Yeah, I'm actually not going to have any sleeping. Hopefully. Let's try to put it something very small. Angular threshold. Yeah, let's again put it very small. I don't know if I want actually to have stuff sleeping. We'll see. Solver iterations, that's fine for now. Aha, max separation, contact bias. Okay, we'll fix this if we will tweak this if it needs to be done. Interesting that it has this run on separate thread. Interesting. I didn't know that's possible. You see, Unity can't do that. But restricts API only in the physics. This actually, I really like this, because this means that you can only touch physics in the physics process, and since Godot already has that, then it's not a problem, right? Because I'm doing all this in physics process, and then you do input and processing, other processing in other threads. Okay, so now, even if this one has combine, it should not, let's just test. It should not have any angular damping. Flex is littered with fast compilation and bugs, I won't lie. So it's like we're doing the littered joke, I guess. My engine is littered with lack of features and no lighting. Okay, well, the box doesn't slow down, so that's good. Okay. So yeah, nice. We have this fixed. Let me try to actually add a little bit of damping to the mouse. I mean, it's very jittery, but I'm not exactly sure if this is just because it's running in a separate like function, because the input is being calculated differently. Yeah. Maybe I need to, smooth the camera rotation in the physics thread. That's unlittered. Godot is littered with no compilation because GDScript is an interpreted language. Yeah, and in my case, I'm using C#, so I do have to compile. By the way, yes, I also wanted to say that I wanted to use. Do you remember on last stream, I tried to use the joint test. Yeah, I tried to use the Jolt version of generic 6-stuff joint, but I couldn't do it, and I couldn't find what namespace it is part of. There is no Jolt, there is no like Godot plugins Jolt or something. There's this game thing. I don't know what the game is. Anyway, thing is, I submitted an issue on Jolt Godot. Is it possible to use Jolt types from C#? It's impossible to inherit as type doesn't exist, or I can't find the namespace. And then I got well, unfortunate answer that no, this is not possible at the moment, unfortunately. This is somewhat general problem with Godot, where bindings for statically compiled languages like C#, C++, and Rust are sort of frozen in time from when that build of Godot was made, and anything exposed by a GD extension or even GDScript won't be available from these languages. Well, that is very sad. I didn't know that. I've been meaning to investigate this since long before, blah, blah, blah. My initial hope was to distribute a separate NuGet package, blah, blah, blah. And then somehow utilize get, set, Godot object get and set, and the call to at least make the interface more ergonomic. But honestly, I'm not sure how well that plays out in practice. I don't think you'd be able to do things like inherit from such a class in any case. There are other alternatives as well, like the approach taken by debug draw 3D. This is interesting because yesterday after stream, I actually added, or maybe that was today, I actually added debug draw to be able to draw that sphere where that gets attached. So accidentally I added this C# package, and yeah, it does actually totally work. You simply use like debug draw, where it is. Debug draw, there it is, draw sphere. Where the bindings are generated on demand by the extension through an editor action and compiled along with the rest of the Godot project. So somehow it does it. I believe the circumstances for debug draw 3D are quite different. Entirety of the API can be expressed as a static class in C#. Yeah, this is it. It doesn't inherit from Node. It's not part of the scene. So debug draw is just simply the static functions, basically. The workaround in the meantime would be to utilize things like Godot get, set, call yourself when interact with these nodes. But then there is no, IntelliSense support. Will let you inherit, and you're also using like strings to get, set, and call, I guess. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. Imagine using C#. Imagine. Okay. So yeah, that is, it's really unfortunate for me that C# is like a second-class citizen in Godot, because I really don't like GDScript. Like, I know that people are good in it. You can be good in anything, but I'm just so used to C#, and I like the static type checking and everything, and I like that Visual Studio and VS Code also have really good autocomplete, and it's very practical to work in it. But yeah, you can see when you're using stuff like simple stuff like raycasting, that like it's not really meant for C#. It's just returning too many objects. Everyone says they don't like GDScript until they embrace it. Yeah. One more thing I really don't like in this in C# is that debugging scripts is like super hard. For example, here I have this error. It says cannot instance script because the associated class could not be found. What does that even mean? Like you can't even double click on anything. Script. Why doesn't it actually repeat it? Aha, it does. What? C# script, the underscore cirple. What the fuck is that? There's no that. Maybe I removed some script. That's maybe. But yeah, this is not the only error. I mean, sometimes when you have errors, I just have no idea what they mean. It's kind of yeah, it's kind of ambiguous. There's probably some. The problem here is probably I removed some script, or maybe I moved it on some object and it can't find it anymore. Now I have to go through the whole thing instead of it pointing me to the object. This one uses joint test. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just going to ignore this error because I don't know what is going on. What is this node? Station. It's not doing anything. Okay, anyway, let's say that I've fixed my next thing. Where is it? To do. Okay, remove drag from everything. Okay, so I want to add what I did so far, what I showed you, is walking along surfaces on static bodies. On non-static bodies, it doesn't work right now. You can move things like this, but it's totally broken. I don't know. Yeah, something weird is going on. And I need to find a way how to... Oh, wait. Does it actually work? Yeah, spinning around doesn't work. So it just locks it into one position. That's the problem. It doesn't actually follow the... well, it follows me, but it doesn't follow my movement. So what I want to do is similar to grabbing static bodies, right? Where I just grab it and it should automatically like attach to the box. And then I manipulate this, but also the box should react to my movement. So it should have like action and reaction, you know. No energy should be lost or gained, ideally. So yeah, how do I do this? So let me show you how I'm actually doing my current static body test. So here's the thing. Wait, it's not my camera controller. I don't want to use camera controller. That's the old thing. Here's the thing. Oh yeah, by the way, let me fork it. I'm gonna say fixed the jerk. Okay, yeah, so here is what I'm doing when I'm attaching to static. What I do is I create a new static body. Well, if one doesn't exist. By the way, this if is giving me like, oh look, you can use you can do something. Use compound assignment. Okay, compound assignment. I hope that works. I never use this compound assignment in C#. It just feels weird. If you want things to behave like physics, do we have pigs? Hello folks. Do we have pigs in space already? Not yet. If you want things to behave like physics objects, they should be rigid bodies, not static bodies. Yeah, I know, but my space station, I want to keep it static, so that one is static. So yeah, basically this is happening here, by the way. What is this object? This is the raycast object. So this is the object that I raycast into. I get the collider. Well, it says get collider, but it actually returns... the strange thing is this actually returns a rigid body, not the collider. Or am I getting something wrong here? Returns the first object that the ray intersects. if no object, yeah, this becomes like, you know, if object is rigid body, then I do this. This is broken. And if it is a static body, then I do this hack where I have a static body that I set the position of myself. So everything becomes yeah. So let me draw it because it's very hard to explain. Scally draw. So I have my player here. Okay, this player. You know, here's the camera, and I click. There is some static body. Like here's a module. Nice. It looks like the bread, how do you call it? The bread flattener. No. How do you call the roller? The dough roller. Okay, anyway. How else could you bump your head if space stations was not static? Yeah. Well, this is just a simplification. Of course, I don't want to make everything into rigid body, because that means the station will drift at some point, and leave the origin. And another thing why I don't want to make everything static is because the modules are actually they're static rigid bodies. That's one thing. They're static rigid bodies, and the other thing is that the real-time GI does not block the sky if it's not static. So yes, it is a little bit of a because I think there is some sort of pre-calculation going on with the real-time GI. It's not fully real-time because it needs to calculate occlusion of the sky. So I think it does that before you actually start. That's just my assumption. That's why it doesn't work on dynamic objects. Pizza maker, yeah. So yeah, what happens when I click? Right, there is a ray in the middle. This is the point. So when I click, this is what happens. A new object gets added, a new static body here, which is exactly where my player is. Okay, and I attach my player to I basically have a joint that I place in the same position. So there's the joint and my player. Everything is in the same position, right? And I simply attach my player to it. I use a joint. So basically everything is at the same position, right? And so what happens? What happens is that I move myself, right? I move the camera sideways, like over there. And what happens is that then I recalculate the target position of this body, which is relative to the point of contact, right? The point of raycast, and at the same distance. So basically, I move it here, right? This is the new position of the body, and what happens is that simply physics then, because now there is nothing in here. Right? There's nothing in here. What happens is that the physics engine then tries to approach, this thing, and then moves it to the point. It moves my camera to the rigid body. So the thing is that what I'm trying to say is there's nothing dealing with this, like, because it's a static body. I'm simply changing the position of my static body like this around, and my camera is simply following this static body, and that's it. That's all I do. I'm simply following the static body. So the joint actually has nothing to do with this point, right? But in case of a box, it needs to be relative to the box, to the rigid body, right? So let's say that in this case we have a rigid body. There's a rigid body. I'm gonna make it a little bigger, and this is my camera here. So what I do, I click on the body, and now I need to create a joint that is going to bind. So it's going to have one anchor over here, and the other anchor is going to be on my camera, so that it keeps this distance, this relative position. So how do I... You made a smiley face, did I? Where? Oh! Here with oh, and this is the nose as well. Wow, that's good. I didn't even realize. Thanks. Thanks for pointing that out. So yeah, basically I need to have a joint that is going to keep the rotation. And then what happens, right? I move sideways, I look sideways, and I also need to change the position of the joint somehow, and I have no idea how. So I need to change the anchor, or I change the position of the... Yeah, because now there's no joint that follows this thing. That's the issue. You know what you can do to really simplify problems like these? Open a completely new, fresh project and try to implement the concept in the simplest way possible. No. Remote transform node 3D. What is a remote transform node 3D? Is that the thing that exists? Remote transform 3D. What the hell? Pushes its own transform 3D to another node. What the fuck? What does that even mean? So that means it is... I don't understand. It doesn't have any offsets. It just applies the rotation to something else. Give an offset and you have your anchor. But there is no offset. Is there? You add an offset. If the object you're dragging is a rigid body, you can apply a force to it to the point where you want it to go. Yeah, but that's not the joint way to do it. That's the problem. So here's the thing. In Unity, there are two different anchors that you can set. If you have one object and you have another object. This is the center of this object, and this is the center of this object, right? You don't have to make this. In Godot, when you make a joint between this point and this point, it's going to use the center. But in Unity, you can actually specify an offset both on the source, so you can say here there's an offset and there's an offset, and so you can combine them like this. So the joint is actually between these 2 points. And yeah, this one is called the anchor, and this one is called the connected anchor, if this is the body A and this is body B. But in Godot, there is no such thing. Instead, anchor is where the rigid body is actually. So like here, you put your 6-DOF joint object here, and then if you attach it to another object, it's always going to attach to the center. So I don't know how to actually offset the target as well. I tried to do it. Okay, let me try to do it actually on a new thing. You say make a completely new project, but I don't need to make a new project. I can just put. By the way, gravity scale. If this has one gravity scale, does it actually work? No, it doesn't. Now it's completely gravityless. And this even doesn't work. I just hit it with complete. Okay. Anyway, why use joints in the first place? Because they're it's much easier to use joints than using forces. When you use forces, you're adding forces all the time. And I mean, joints solve a lot of problems with colliding with other stuff as well. And they try to minimize energy adding. Like if you're trying to use forces and you're trying to push another thing with your own thing, you're gonna add forces all the time, and yeah, it's hard. You can use impulses in as a force. I mean, that's the same thing. It's just one is time dependent and one isn't. If static body, okay. If static body manually, it moves towards the point. If the object you're dragging is a rigid body, you can apply force. Okay. The offset is the distance of the remote transfer node to the origin of its parent. If you're planning on using joints, prepare for unpredictable behavior. You can use impulses instead of forces. Increase linear and rotational damp to better control it. I was actually using the default physics of Godot, and it was really, really unreliable. But then I moved to Jolt, and there's Godot Jolt extension. So now this is using Jolt physics, and it's far more stable, I have to say. For now, I mean, you can always increase the frequency and everything. Jolt is the way to go. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, let's try. Oh yeah, I want to make a little test. Okay, I want to try to attach. Okay, so here's the problem. I need gravity. I actually need gravity to test this. So yeah, the thing is that this is a project setting. -9. No, wait. It says not minus. It's 9.8. 9.81. Default gravity. Let's see if everything works. Yeah, we have a swinging object again. Okay, so let's try to make the test box relative. So I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna have a copy of this object again, but instead of attaching to the object, I'm gonna try to attach it to a 3D node that is relative to this one. So maybe to the edge like this. So is that going to work? Let's see. Yeah, so this one is test 2. Let's put it over here. Let's actually add a new node. That's gonna be just a node, so I can like categorize it a bit. Test. Offset anchor test. Let's put test at the beginning actually. Test offset anchor. Okay, so we have these two boxes and we have this offset. So let's try to actually bind to this. Yeah, it doesn't work. You can't actually attach a non-rigid body. So it needs to be a rigid body. So yeah, it is impossible to make it work. What this means is that I actually need to move the pivot somehow. Okay, so that means that I can't attach to an arbitrary anchor then. Is that what this means? Is it possible to put a like child node that is like a relative thing? No. Okay. Once again, if you want to attach the camera to an object, use remote transfer node to avoid clipping of objects. Oh, I thought you wanted to attach a camera to an object to follow. No, it's not about following, it's about moving objects. So imagine yourself in 0G. It's hard to imagine yourself in 0G, but it's not, yeah, and you are here in 0G, okay? And here's the thing. You grab this box. You have very long arms, and you grab this box, right? And then what you do is you rotate. You rotate by 90 degrees, okay? 90 degrees, and what happens? Let's say that you have 70 kilos and the box has 70 kilos. Well, it can, let's just not call it number. Let's just say it has X kilos and this has X kilos. So the same kilos, right? And what will happen is that you will be here, your future self. Can I actually make it stroke? Okay, let's make it less opaque. You're going to be here, and the box is going to be over here. And your hands are going to be like this. So what I'm saying is that you both rotated around the common axis, which is like here, you know? This is the common axis. Because we have the same amount of kilos. So that's what I'm trying to recreate. I'm trying to make you be able to manipulate bodies, right? That are dynamic. So if you have X kilos, right? And there is like a tiny object here that is very light. What happens when you rotate 90 degrees is that you're only going to rotate around your own axis, and this thing is going to rotate by like, you know, by 90 degrees, like here. So it has actually moved in an arc instead of you. And alternatively, if you have a thing that is super, you know, super heavy, you know, and you are here and you grab it, what happens when you rotate? You're going to rotate yourself instead of you like that rotating around. So that's what I'm trying to recreate, right? You're going to rotate yourself. And I have to say that I've already done this in Unity like long time ago. So I know that this is possible to do with the physics engine. The problem is, can Godot do it? Can you actually attach reliably two objects and then move it in this way? A simple transfer of rotational momentum applied to an attached body. Yes. I mean, that's a nice way to put it. Yeah. Right. So because a static body, right? Because I was manipulating static bodies. Basically, static bodies are like, you can imagine them, they have infinite mass, right? So that when I'm moving around them, when I'm grabbing them, I actually move myself. But yeah, so it is impossible to move. Okay, so what if? Okay, I have another idea. What if I reverse them? What if I, oh yeah, I can't do that either. Oh wait, no, there is a way. Linear limits. Aha. So what if I actually modify, what happens when you modify a limit? What? Okay, yeah. Okay, what if you what if I modify a limit so that it's now here? What happens then? Does it shorten? Oh yeah, by the way, I forgot to attach it. Yeah, it just fell into the sea. I forgot to attach this one. Test box 3. And this should attach to this one. That is done automatically. Okay. Let's see what happens now. Nothing happened. Did anything happen? It is actually shorter. Okay, what if I go with 2 meters? It actually just moved to the side. This doesn't make any sense. So basically what happened is that I think that this this joint actually moved sideways, like this. Just moved sideways, that's it. Okay, so that actually doesn't help me. What I can do is I can try to invert these. So instead of trying to do this, I'm gonna put a joint on the box. Okay, what happens here? And then I put a static body here. Okay, that's going to be test box and static body. Okay, and is there any difference between which one comes first? Okay, yes, this is actually now rotating around a relative point. But the problem is it won't actually be jointed to a relative point on the other box. Anyway, you could freeze both rigid bodies that are wait. Infinite inertia. Create a new rigid body. Add both player and the object as children. Set rigid body mass as player mass. Apply rotation impulse to the rigid body. Oh, and you have to calculate distance in as well. Yeah, this is why everything is much more complicated than you think about it. Additionally, you could freeze both rigid bodies that are children to avoid a centrifugal force. I was saying that using manual forces is dangerous because you could be pushing against the wall and then you could have phantom forces that actually joints solve that for me. So yeah, that is why I'm not very keen on using additional forces. Okay, yes, but it needs to be proportional. It does work in when you're isolated. That is, I'm afraid of what's gonna happen when these things are like, what if you're pushing against, so yeah, you have a body, right? There is like a wall here. Imagine that there's a wall. There's a wall that is static. And then you have your rigid body here. And then you have a player over here. And then it's like, okay, I rotate and it pushes against the wall. And I'm just keep adding torque, but to the force. To the player, I'm adding the same force. Like in reality, this the force should be a lot bigger on the player, because this box is applying the force back because it's not moving, right? It's like you are using it's like using your legs, you know, you're pushing off the ground basically. In the same way you're pushing off with the box, and this is what joints solve for you, so that you don't have to calculate that yourself. You know, this is why I want to use joints really hard, but Godot joints are just not user friendly. But I think that this might help me, because I am always jointed to the middle. Okay, let's try to do this. So I think that this actually works. Because this is going to connect to my body anyway, always in the center, and I'm not rotating myself manually. The only problem is that I need to move this anchor. I need to move this body to the side. Yeah, it is actually complicated. You know, now I'm actually thinking about starting up Unity and trying to solve it there. Why not try it? In your definition of the problem, this was a solution. Now you're extending the definition of the problem. Bro, I'm trying to help you. Okay. Maybe this can be solved with two constraints. Because I essentially have a stick. I have one stick, and then I have a hinge. Not a hinge, but like a ball and socket. Yeah, you see, I attach this to a static body. What happens if I actually rotate the static body? Hey, this actually worked. Well, yes, but there's no force being applied to the static body. That's the problem. Okay, let's try something. Let's try... This might actually totally work. You know what? I'm gonna try this quickly to code it. Did I fork anything? No, I did not, except the gravity. Okay, let's try to attach. Okay, basically I want to do the same thing as I did here, where you have this static body. Is it static? It's not a static, it's just a dove joint. Okay, I have the grab joint, yes. The grab joint, I'm going to, yes, collision points. I have it somewhere. Okay, that's called point. I'm gonna make it into a point. And it's not on this. Yes, other RB. Okay, so maybe I actually already tried to do this. And I did it unsuccessfully, obviously. Grab joint, node A. Yes. Am I already doing the same thing? Test box, static body, yes. And then I'm using, okay, so I'm already doing this. And it obviously doesn't work. Grab point. Okay, yes, but I need to actually calculate the offset. That is what I'm not doing. Let's do else. So else means body is rigid body. And yeah, in case of a camera, yeah, I actually need to rotate the rigid body. Rotation, let's just match it with the camera and let's see what happens. So it's going to be the same as my camera rotation. I think that it's going to completely ruin the rotation. Is there a global rotation? Because these are fucked. Okay, let's see. Let's see what happens now. Have you tried to use 3-pin joints? Yes, go back to Unity. Have you tried to use 3-pin joints plus additional rigid body as center pivot? 3-pin joints. Plus additional rigid body. That is what I'm thinking now when I said the two joints. A center pivot node. Yeah. So let's see what happens. Yeah, this happens. I think that it actually worked, except that the camera is... Oh, and look at that. The rotation is actually offset. Maybe I should, after all, spin the rigid body. I have another idea. To have another ghost rigid body. Instead of my camera. So that I don't rotate this one. Because this one is frozen actually. This one has frozen rotation. Can you parent two rigid bodies or not? Probably not. What's the warning? This node has no shape. So it can't collide or interact with other objects. Okay. I'm gonna add a sphere shape. Yeah, I'm actually going to copy this one. Okay. But I'm gonna make it not interact with anything. How can I do that? Collision, nothing. All right. And then I'm gonna pin this rigid body. To my player, if that is possible. I wonder what happens if I play this. Where is my rigid body gonna be? Okay, let's call this ghost grab body. Okay. And what am I going to do is I'm going to rotate that one. So ghost grab body rotation is going to be global rotation. I'm not going to use global rotation in this case. Global rotation. You gotta go, but good luck when you. Oh yeah, sorry. You can set the center rigid body pivot node between the player and object based on the mass ratio between the two. Rigid body pin joint. Rigid body center body pin joint rigid. Oh my god. This sounds complicated. Okay. I think that this is. Okay. Let's see if this works. But actually, I would like to rotate. I realize that I actually do want to rotate my entire body. Oh, I have a really good idea, actually. I have a really good idea. Where I can use one body for collisions only. Yes, this is gonna be cool. Okay, so let's bind this one to this one. And these, yeah, they're not going to angularly, they're not going to, they're gonna be like free moving. So, you know, there's no rotation, doesn't apply any rotation. But now, instead of attaching to this one, I'm gonna attach to this. Did I attach the? I need to get the player. Where is it? I need to attach. Goes to grab a body. Goes to grab a body. Where is it? Oh, it did not compile yet. Yeah, you need to run. You need to run the game for it to compile. That sucks. Okay, something happened. Okay, there is Godot. And now I need to like... Is there a way to only compile? Without actually running the code? Running the game? I don't know. What mouse do you use? Framework. What? What framework? What mouse do you use? What mouse do I use? It's like super old. It says bloody on it. It's a A4 Tech V8M Ultimate Gaming Gear. Is that the mouse that you want? That you were asking for? Which model of the mouse do I have? Okay, anyway. What did I want to say now? I wanted to say that use GDScript. Yeah, right. Use GDScript. Then I'm just gonna abandon. If I have to use GDScript, I'm just gonna abandon Godot completely. So yes, this thing is now. Yeah, I want actually to put the ghost as the grab joint. That's the way. So let's see. Oh, did I actually apply it to the camera? I forgot. Something happens. Oh, I think I'm doing this every frame. Am I? If grabbed is true. not grabbed, wants to grab. Wants to grab input is turned off. Frame after. Okay, I'm gonna see if this actually does anything. Check through the context menus. Maybe there's a package button. In Flax, your scripts will compile before you can even reach the play button. Nice. Yeah, so nothing happens here. This works, but not with the rigid body. Okay, so what is going on? Did I actually apply? Aha, debugger problems. I probably didn't apply. I forgot to put. Yes, there it is. Ghost grab body. I forgot to assign it. Null reference exception, as it would be in Unity. Okay. That seems to work, but not rotating it. Okay, and for some reason it has blown up. Okay. Let's try, yeah, let's make a very tiny object. Like, okay, we have 3 objects here. Let's make one that is like transform. Let's make the scale like 0, 3. Nice, they're locked by default. And we're gonna make the mass 0, 1. Okay, and then I'm gonna have a very big object. Well, let's not make it big, but let's make it like 10 kilos. And I'm, of course, the astronaut is of course 1 kilo. So yeah, what happens if I grab this cube? Okay, so it does work there. I can actually move it around. And for some reason it starts spinning uncontrollably. If this touches me now, I'm gonna explode. Okay. Interesting. I think, am I actually every frame? Okay, there is a lot of errors. Can instantiate object runtime compiler. Jesus, what is this? I don't even know invalid cast exception. Ghost grab body. Okay, let's put grabbed is true here. Maybe I need to put this later. So maybe it's the double rigid body that I have on me. That's the problem. Yeah, actually I want to check if in this static, if grab input is wants to grab, if grab input is wants to grab, and grabbed and not grabbed, well, yeah, it's the same thing. And not grabbed. Okay, yes. Did I have it equals false? I did. Okay, so there was not a mistake there. If not grabbed. Wait, why did I move grab joint here? I'm not gonna print. Spin. Is that like a yeet version of, like, you know, if yeet is like a linear motion and spin is a angular motion. Your cube is spinning at 11. Yeah, I should add the interstellar theme, you know. There it is. I hope I don't get copyrighted for that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why is there this and what's happening with the debugger. System object. Yeah, wow, look. Try to dig through this. Joint test, physics processing, node extensions, get parent. Invalid cast. What's the invalid cast? I don't understand this. Native Godot interrupt. At least I need to know where it's happening. Joint test CS13. That's something definition. 13. Grab joint. Grab joint always exists. And it's this one. So what's the problem? Joint test script methods. Is it joint test? Is it actually related to this one? Is it possible to actually disable the whole thing? Like in Unity? I keep saying like in Unity. Okay, I'm just gonna untest. Let's see if I still have the same error. Okay, and let me not start in full screen because centered. Okay. Because it seems like it takes longer for it to start. Unity index. Well, yes, there is still debugger problems. Okay, so what does it say? Godot native interrupt. So who is player movement script methods generated CS45? Physics process double. CS144. So that's how we're gonna roll, huh? We're gonna have to do a line search. Add a child. So what does it say? It doesn't exist. Ah, it's because I'm trying probably to detach. Can I detach? This is my own extension. I don't know who has the grab joint. The grab joint is not. Wait, grab joint is not added to anything, right? At the beginning, no. I have no idea what the error. Where is the error? Condition P child data parent is true. Add child. My god, these errors are fucking awful. Tell me, what are the errors like in Flex? Should I move to Flex now? I have no idea what the error here is. Player movement. I know that, but like, is this missing? Is this a null reference exception or something? I have no idea at all. Or am I trying to like parent the wrong thing? To give me some semblance. Yeah, and I can't even see this because it's like, it's not big enough. I can't even open this text. Copy error. Great. I need to do like this. Wait, this one actually tells me something. Cat add child grab joint to test box already has a parent node 3D. Wait, test box is this. Has a parent node 3D. What? It doesn't have a parent. Oh, this is the main thing. The scene root. Wait, can I actually put it outside of the scene root? No. This has to be the scene root. So the error is totally here, where you can't even see it. There's no horizontal scroll. Amazing. Yeah, this is amazing. That's what you get with free software. I've only gotten pull reference errors since I'm a god coder. Null reference errors. Yes, that's that's what Unity sounds like. So you mean it's like similar to Unity? Okay. Anyway, I don't understand the scene root. Because like, what about this? Why is it not moving? This is also part of Node 3D. This doesn't make any sense. I move this and it moves the boxes. But it doesn't move that. But it's still part of the same node. What the fuck? It's like, I don't know. I don't understand it. What? What? Why does it want me to save? Like, I'm just control saving the world. Saving scene, and it tells me save into a CS. What? Okay, I'm totally confused now. This is the main. I'm not overriding it. I don't want to save a resource. What the fuck is going on? I don't understand anything. Okay, I think it's time to restart. I think it's time to restart Godot and see if starts working. So yeah, obviously I need to put it outside of the... Okay, so how do I detach? If... Can I get... Okay, what if I just get parent? And I say... Remove child. Yeah, that's such a great way to do it. Following files are newer on disk. Ah, that was the problem. Yeah, reload. I don't want to resave. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, why is it asking me to... I don't know. Is the editor changing my scripts all the time? Or something? I don't get it. Okay, does it work now? Okay. No errors, but it still creates infinite phantom forces. It does kind of work as intended, though, I have to say. Yeah, I don't know what is going on here. I'm just gonna crash this everything. Okay? Don't save. Don't save. Don't save. What is the station attached to? Look at the node. The station is attached to a nothing node. Oh, so is that why it doesn't move? Are you telling me that the node does not then, like, doesn't propagate the 3D position if you put a nothing node? That is weird. If you were gonna use Flex, wait until 1.7 comes out in a week or two because it fixes so many bugs. You will end up needing to use master branch anyways because new features added constantly on master. 1.7 is a much better stable point than 1.6. Okay. Let's try. Does it ask me to save a file? No. So, this seems to be working almost correctly. Yeah, I wish I could actually debug the position of the attached rigid body. Okay, let's try to do this. Okay, I'm just gonna make it in the whole thing. Debug, draw 3D. Let's draw another sphere. At RB What's the name of it? Ghost something. Ghost grab body position. Global position. I keep mixing up global and local because I'm used to Unity being position is just position. Let's see. Aha, there it is. It's at the cage. Okay, it is following my body correctly, but it's not actually turning around. Yeah, because I don't have rotation in it. So, can I actually orient? No. Okay, let's about draw cube. No, can I draw box? And draw box. Position centered. It's not rotating. Draw box. What is this XF? Aha, it's with a transform instead of a position. Yeah, let's go with the Dropbox XF and then use transform, the global transform, so that we can see rotation. So yeah, you say that Flex is very unstable. Okay, there it is. So it's orienting. You can see that it's lagging behind a bit. Oh, and it's now freely spinning. I'm in a cube. So maybe this is the problem. The moment you grab something. So maybe this is the problem. Yes, because it uses the you see. It uses the because when you ungrab something it keeps spinning. Okay, and then this forces it gets transferred to the next thing. Okay, so let's actually modify the rotation every frame. Instead of this. So I'm gonna modify it over here somewhere. You're making a space game. Yes, I am. Okay, now we have rotation all the time. Yeah, it still doesn't do what I mean. And there is the ghost. The ghost hits again. Why does this even happen? There's definitely some kind of a misunderstanding with what I'm trying to do with the joints. And it's really hard to debug because I don't have live insight. Yeah. So let's draw a body. Debug, draw 3D. I'm gonna draw a sphere on the joint. Grab joint. Global position. And this color is gonna be. Can we do from string? Are you joking? So there are no like preset colors. Okay. Hmm. Why can't I see the constructor? 6 overloads. How can I loop through overloads in VS Code? This is completely bullshit. I don't know. You can't loop through overloads. I just have to go to the definition. Okay, I guess RGB, but I don't know if RGB is... Aha, it is in the range of 0 to 1, so let's go with red. Been thinking of doing something similar. Nothing. Have you made beginnings before or worked on anything game related? Yes. What's your thoughts on... Yeah, I made many games. What's your thoughts on GDScript if you ever use them? I tried it. There it is. This is the red point, but okay, so it is correct. This is where I grab it, but it's moving way too much relative. It's moving way too much relative to the rigid body. So there's something weird going on. Let's try to increase the spring. Wait, it doesn't have a spring. That's the wrong... This is the grab joint. Okay, let's increase the... by 10 times. Yeah, what the fuck is going on there? What the hell? Okay, something is wrong. Okay, I have to make... Yeah, I have to make the grab static body. Grab static body. Is that the one thing that I instantiate? Yes, it is. Okay, let's make an enum for this. Grab state. Static grab offset. Grab static body. Wait, static collision point. On grab player position. Okay, yeah, let's... Grabbing static body. Grabbing rigid body. And idle. Okay, so here I'm just gonna say, yeah, let's see, grabbed. This is not gonna be grabbed. I'm gonna make a property for that. Grabbed is grab state is not idle. Instead of this. Okay. Okay, so instead of this, I'm gonna say grab state is rigid body. Let's call this grabbed. Okay. And the other one is going to be grabbing static body. So this is going to be grabbed. Okay. And then we also have grabbed. And here I'm going to make it grab state is going to be idle. And then I have grabbed, but I can actually turn it, I can disable that and instead go with if grab state is static body, so I don't need this annotation, and else if grabbed rigid body. Maybe I should flip them around to make it consistent with the top. Okay. Discord. You have a Twitter or YouTube? Yes. There is a Discord, but does this command work? I don't have any commands set up. I never tried it. Never tried it myself. Yeah, Discord is in the description. Does that work? Does it only show for you? Yeah, it doesn't work. In the description of the stream, I think there should be a link, or maybe on my channel. Another thing, yeah, but you can also go to nothke.github. nothke.github.com. No, that's not the that's not it. Nothke GitHub. It's this one, nothke.github.io. That's where all my links are. There's Twitch, there is itch, there is all my games on itch, GitHub, Twitter, Discord, my mail. Here are all my games. Yeah, let's see if this actually works now. Can you link it? There. Failed to build project. Great. What's the problem? What's the problem? There is a red thing, not grabbed. I think I can actually put this in the top. These are all the same. But yeah, let's actually see if this works. Okay. Grabbing static, grabbing. Okay, yes, look at this. It's totally not working as intended. Why is it creating so much angular? Okay. So this kind of works. Like I can move it around and it moves myself as well. So, you know, it does kind of work. It just creates this crazy rotation. But yeah, for example, for some reason here, it doesn't want to go to the middle. So what the fuck is wrong? Okay, let's use angular limits for a moment, so that it doesn't spin. Also about the character movement script, I'm doing something similar like Valkyrie in Apex Legends. That's how you handle player movement as well. I don't know what's the reference. Oh wow! Great, this is beautiful. Just exploding everything. Oh my god, there's 3 boxes inside me. Also for the camera aspect ratio. I don't know, this is just the default thing that Godot gives me. I don't care about the aspect ratio right now. I have bigger problems. So it kind of works now, but it does tend to bounce. You see, this is sort of what I wanted, but it does create phantom forces that definitely didn't exist. Maybe I should keep this with locked. Yeah, and now it's pushing on me, and now I've just flown away. Yeah, this is not reliable at all. I mean, like the player character is able to fly like in burst. No, not really. I mean, I can use the jetpack now, right? But I don't want to actually use the jetpack. This is how you move. This is how you're supposed to move. I'm just moving. I'm just like working on it still. So here's the thing. When you move this box, which is of the similar yeah, it just doesn't work. Exclude nodes from collision. The 2 bodies of nodes are not able to collide. Well, apparently they are able to collide. So something is going on. Is there a character hand? Well, maybe in the future, but not now. Okay, let me actually draw a sphere as the transform. Can I do that? Debug, draw 3D. Oh yeah, this is the static body. Debug, draw 3D. Draw sphere XF HD. Okay, XF. So I pass it the transform. Grab joint. Global transform. Like a procedural hand. Yeah, I did try to do something in an old project like this, but I did have a few problems. Because one of them is that in reality your hands are actually a lot shorter than in a game, because in the game you're expected to interact with things a lot further. Well, okay, now the interaction is actually infinite, but I'm going to limit. So if you try to use like an IK hand to put it on something, it looks weird because it's like stretched. But yeah, so since this is not the VR game where you can see what's going on. Okay, let me try to see if this is now the transform. Yeah. Okay. Why is there a yellow one as well? Ah, this might be a problem. There's a yellow one as well. For some reason. Perfect. Yes. Goodbye. Why is there a yellow one as well? Ah, because of this global transform. Okay, can I scale it actually? Scaled by 0 1 0 1 0 1. Or do I do just vector 1? Vector 3 1 by 0 1. Okay, a little bit more elegant. I might do like some kind of a cartoony hand. I don't know, but yeah, or maybe something that fits the style. So this now doesn't work because it's scaled in world space. So yeah, I'm not gonna scale it then. I'm just gonna use the unscaled one. Yeah, what the fuck is going on there? So, grab static body. No, wait, this is in a rigid body. I'm simply just drawing and not doing anything. Because I'm applying rotation of this thing. Okay, what if I don't apply rotation? Yeah, the same thing happens. Maybe collision is registering as firing off. There are no colliders here except for my cube collider. But it's like it just starts exploding. What values are we working with? Good question, you know. It's hard to debug values in Godot because it doesn't give me... Yeah, I don't know. This should be a way more... way easier to make. Grab states. Grab rigid body. Yeah, let's try to freeze rotation of this one. Goes to grab body. Is it because I doubt that's the problem, but could be because I parented it to the player. No, it's the same. Doesn't matter if you parent or not. The problem is that we have two rigid bodies. Two joints. Basically. Okay, let's try adding a spring. I wish you could freeze these values. Yeah, that doesn't solve anything. Oh, wait. Yeah. It's still going crazy. This shouldn't be happening. Like, the system shouldn't add energy. That's the thing. Even, like, it's actually damping. So why is it adding energy? You know? That's my question. Shouldn't be able to sleep. Okay, let's try locking rotation. But the rotation is not the problem. Or is it? Can I actually manipulate rotation even if it's locked? Okay. Wait, this is interesting. Okay, suddenly it works by just locking rotation. Okay. The thing is that I'm doing everything that I think was logical and then it doesn't work, and then you do something random. You know, this is the problem. This is the major problem. And the problem is that now there are like phantom forces as well. If I swing myself really hard, I start moving for no reason. but I can at least throw things. Uh, if I throw things, they should fly away with the same speed. Right? So if I do this, I should be flying with the same speed as the box that I just threw. The way I solved it was I had an area 3D and used it, entered and exited to tell me if I'm state where I can run my function. What? This has nothing to do with what I'm trying to do. Okay, so this looks like this works now. Carrying a small object. Yeah, well, it doesn't really work in this particular case. I think it just should be a lot weaker. So yeah, you can easily bounce. Lock rotation. Yeah, the problem is that the rotation is locked. This is not good. Can I disable? Will disabling the front thing, the splash screen, is it going to actually speed up getting into the game? Or is it not dependent on that? No, this is just loading the screen, I guess. Loading the game. So yes, this surprisingly works. Except that it's not really reliable when you... Okay, I need to limit the movement speed, I think. The rotation speed. When I'm grabbed. Because you shouldn't be able to do this, right? Like knock yourself in a crazy force. You could remove the splash screen. Yeah, but removing the splash screen did nothing to improve the speed. Okay, so definitely the culprit is rotation. This is annoying. So if I don't lock rotation, that's where the buffeting happens. There it is. That's strange. Okay, let's try now freezing, but not freezing the angular of the grab joint. Surprisingly, no. Okay, you can still spin around forever. I just knocked that. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. That you can grab things and then move them around. Maybe I'm oh, this is wrong. Yeah, you can really easily spin it around. Oh, what's happened now? Why can't I move? Did I get inside the cube or something? Okay. For some reason I just turned into a kinematic thing. Did I accidentally... I said freeze instead of lock rotation. That's the problem. The little movie player. Okay, there it is. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to need to have angular limits. But the angular spring needs to be limited. Oh, forgot the here. Okay, let's try something lower. There should be a little movement. The stiffness is too high now. Yeah, what's the little player movie icon? What does it say? Run current scene. Yeah, there's too many phantom forces. Just bounces immediately. You can just use a something to bounce off things. can go through windows. Yeah. Well, it is actually pretty cool that you can do this. But there's too many phantom forces that you can easily bounce from. It's strange that it completely stops when you hit into something. But this is working as intended. I can grab things. I can move things inside. But yeah, as soon as I... Okay, let me try to carry this inside. Ugh. It collides and all. But the moment I grab it, I can really like overuse it. So yeah, I need to limit the motion somehow to make it more stable. Yeah, this, like, especially when you're in cramped spaces, you can totally use this to hack your way through. There. The moment it touches something, it launches you. That is quite strange, because like this, it moves slowly. Yeah. Let's try to put it live into a small value. Okay, nothing happens. What if I change this body? Still bounces like a solid. Linear spring. Linear spring. Yeah, why is it actually exclude from collision? Okay. Why is it actually so stiff? When it's not frozen. I'm only setting rotation, I'm not setting the position. Okay, maybe it didn't work. Let's try it again. Let's see. Run current scene. Is it going to actually be faster? No, it's not really faster. Okay, well, now it's a lot slower. Okay, but with the small thing. Okay, so I think that it didn't work initially. And now it's completely broken. Okay, so how does it now behave when you hit? Nice! Great, so it doesn't just bounce solidly. It actually, there is some... Okay, so you can still use objects to propel yourself, but much weaker. Ah, yeah, you still can. You totally can. But yeah, I need to actually limit the rotation of the camera, so you can't just rotate infinitely. But you can do this. You can make a part trick. Yeah, so my grab joint is now too weak. Did I change this? No, I didn't change that. Did I change? Aha, I changed the upper limit. I think this is the problem. This is why it's weird. Okay. So if I change this, let's go with 20, 22. And the grab joint, we're gonna get it back to 1000. Keep it, man. It seems fun. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. So how does this perform? Oh, it's still solid again. So I need to modify, I think, the actual grab. Can I throw the cube through the window? This could be a game. This could be a game. Just throwing the cube through the window. No. Almost. It's hard to see the distance. Ah, almost. There it is. Okay. So yeah, you still, as long as the grab is very hard, you can you can like abuse it to bounce off really fast, which is not very good. Okay, let's limit the speed of rotation, actually. Okay, I'm gonna fork this. Working rigid body grabbing. Nice. Make a parkour game. Yeah. Interesting technique Godot uses with dithering their shadows. Oh yeah, I did notice. It's like they have, what's the name of it? PSS? No, percent closer PCSS. That's the technique that they're using. So, thing is that they actually have softness, so you can increase the softness of the shadows. Like you can see it here. Let's just go inside a cupola. Okay, let's look at the shadows here. You can actually increase the shadow. What is it? Blur. Yes, if you increase the blur, that actually increases this dithering space, as you can see. Like, it's huge now. You can reduce. Yeah, you can use it to make some nice soft shadows, but you can still see the dithering. So I think that the way this works, yeah, and of course it's leaking through objects, unfortunately. It does look nice, but then if you increase the blur, it's, I think that the way it works is that it actually takes a few different textures from slightly offset points, and then maybe 4 of them, and then it blends them, something like that. At least that's how PCSS works. If you make it 0, you can see the jagged edges. Even this is not that bad. And then the more you are, even the jagged edges are not bad. I think it still looks much better than Unity's. Unity's shadows are just terrible. But there's actually a PCSS plugin that I tried once. Oh, nice. I just flew away. It's nice you can use spotlights to get nice soft shadows. But I don't know about directional lights. Physics broken. Yeah. I don't know. This is like, okay, it works great when, you know, when it works. But then suddenly you just fly away. Yeah, so let's try limiting rotation. That's what I wanted to do. Let's try limiting rotation. Did I change anything? Spring damping. Yeah, I did. Mouse position. It's a vector too. Is there mouse position clamp? You can. Okay, let's do like, can I const a vector 2? No? Okay. So it can't it can't do it yet. Okay, clamp minus. And it says it's a read-only, right? Read-only what? Read-only vector. Returns a new vector with all components clamped. Read-only means that it will give me I need to set it, right? I haven't used read-only things yet. Public read-only. It's strange. Does that mean it returns a read-only? Or does it mean the returned value must be read-only? It's weird. Oops, sorry. My microphone, I collapsed it. It's happening again. Ah, there it is. It's clamped. The rotation is clamped, but it's so small. Okay, and I think I actually need to do it per delta. Oh, and this is process. So I'm actually not doing it in physics. Okay, this is a problem. This is a little bit of a problem. Okay, let me refactor mouse look, because I also don't want to make it vertical, always pointing towards the sky, right? Okay, this is applying central force. Last mouse position. Am I actually using? I don't think I am using it. No. Last mouse position. Yeah. Okay. So, and I'm also not using mouse position, I think, because I changed that. Right. That compiles, right? It does. Okay. So yeah, let's rename this mouse position. Into mouse delta. This is actually a mouse delta. New expression can be simplified. This is a new thing in the new C#, which I haven't used yet. Clear types of namespaces. Process. So process. The weird thing is that they use underscore for functions. Usually underscore means detail, in C++ at least, when you're coding. Like, it's like a function that you're not supposed to use. Or it's like some kind of a local variable that's just in the function. This can be also simplified. So this is in process and not an input. So yeah, let's actually put it in a separate function. Update mouse look. All right, directional light shadows are nice in Flex. I'm just gonna make this if not captured return. But the question is, should I rotate immediately? Total pitch. Pitch. Yeah, and I'm getting this. Okay, let's put it to something. So yeah, I'm actually returning a yaw and a pitch. So let's actually return it. Rotate object local. So it's actually using a relative one. Okay, let's not rotate object local. This is a local transformation of an axis. The rotation axis in the object local coordinate system. Okay, I'm going to rotate how do you actually rotate by, like, it doesn't have quaternions? No. Rotation edit mode. Are there more overloads for this? Godot has no quaternions. Can you, from Euler, there it is. Let's do a quaternion from Euler. And I'm gonna make a new vector 3. That's gonna be a pitch and yaw. And roll is gonna be 0. Okay, and then rotation. Can I do this just like this? Wait, this works. You can just multiply vector by, okay. Let's see. There's quaternions. Okay, something is happening. Something is happening, but I've clamped to the limit. So let's not clamp. Aha. Something weird is happening. Maybe I need to global rotate. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, let's do a transform. Can I just... No, I can't do that. Rotates. I am actually surprised that there's no rotate by quaternion. Okay, Godot, rotate transform by quaternion. Quaternions need to be normalized. Can you actually like rotate, transform, rotated from what? From axis angle. Rotated from what? Axis angle. Actually, instead of this, I could just rotate. You know what? I don't even need to use quaternions. I just realized. I can just rotate around the local and this can be up. By pitch. All right. And I can rotate local yaw around up. Let's see what happens here. Okay, wobble camera is cool. Mine keeps that on. Okay, so this is what I want, exactly. So basically now we have like 3D rotation, right? Except that I'm turning left and it turns right. So yeah, it rotates around the local. So that when I do this, when I do a circular motion, I'm actually rolling. It does feel weird though, like it's not really rolling. Okay, yes, there is a weird limit which I don't need anymore. Total pitch plus pitch. Yeah, I don't need the total pitch. Okay, there it is. I can now flip around. Can flip around, and another thing that I wanted to do, I forgot what I wanted to do. Wait, let me. Oh yeah, I wanted to flip. So left and right is bad, up and down is good. So this should be minus yaw. Oh yeah, it was minus yaw as well. Degrees to radians. Why is it even using degrees though? There it is. Okay, now we can go around. But yeah, there is... No, actually Actually the rotation is correct. Yeah, once I'm like relative to this, then it makes sense. Ah. Okay, good. Cool. So yeah, we can now spin around. Like this. To any rotation. It would be great to actually have a little... Yeah, now I'm going up. And now it will be very easy to get lost. It would be good to have a roll keys. So let me actually create a roll, a little roll utility. Maybe you can only roll when you are attached to something, huh? Let's see. Input roll. And now we have, let's go with utils key axis, key Q. Let's do Q and E. So while you're pressing Q and E, I want to roll. So I'm gonna do this. Rotate object local around forward, and with the input roll by delta. By the way, I'm not passing delta anywhere. Is that okay? I think it is, because this is mouse relative. Degree to radians, what is it? Oh yeah, the delta is actually dt, because delta is double. You should add a thunk sound when the player hits something. That would add so much life to this game, yeah. Thunk. I should. This is looking cool. Okay, so let's see. We have movement. Does it? Oh, it does work, but it's too not powerful. Let's add some power to that. Yeah, let's go with an export. Power float. Roll speed. And let's actually use radians, because now I'm kind of used to radians. I don't need degrees. Who needs degrees? Okay, and then I should also reintroduce the limit. But I need to make sure that the limit should be dependent on the FPS, no? So yeah, there it is. You could make it a little bit I'm having a little bit of motion sickness from this. I should make it a little smoother and not just this, but for now it's good. So now that when you get into into the cupola, nice entry. Now I'm like, what is this? Okay, let me have a good. There it is. I can now align myself to have a nice view. Did you see my screenshot? No. You should. Where's the screenshot? Oh, did you put it in the sleepy mushroom? Hello there. This one. Wait a minute. Imgur does claim this is not safe for viewing. I didn't see quite a lot of messages. Cool GI and directional shadows. I'm looking at it on the phone. Okay, well, let's open it. Let's open it. Cool GI and directional shadows. What am I looking at here? Yeah, the directional shadows look okay. And GI, I can see the reflection here. This is NSFW. I knew it. Okay, let's not waste. Oh, and I've now disabled. By the way, yeah, were there any messages? You see my screenshot? You should be okay. Yeah. So let's see. If you have incomplete stuff, it slows you down. Play one runs the what? Okay, the runs the whole. If you have incomplete stuff, it slows it down. Yeah, but right now I actually have only one scene, only the main one, and then I have the prefabs, of course, like the prefabs that I use for the station. For a shortcut, just use F6 to run that current scene. Keep it in mind, it seems fun. Interesting technique Godot uses with the dithering. I read that. Flags, I don't know, but direction lights. Physics broke. Alright, directional light shadows are nice. If you're updating process with physical object, it would be better to use physics process. Yeah. Imgur does claim. Okay, I thought this was already using that. Oh, I thought he was using the process func. There's quaternions. Okay, wobble camera is cool. Mind keeping. This is looking cool. You should add a thunk sound. Did you see my screenshot? You should make it so angular momentum is rained a bit. Yeah, well, I'm not actually. So this is the thing. I'm not actually rotating my rigid body, my player's rigid body at all. It's fixed in space, and the reason for that is that I fear a bit that people might do this, like roll on the surfaces or something. I don't know, to like fake it or something. And I like the fact that you're just sliding. You just have this. So the only thing that's rotating is the camera. That is why I need to have this helper rigid body, which is my box, to be able to grab rigid bodies. That's one thing. Another thing that I wanted to say about rotations. Yeah, I actually tried. I remember back in the day, I already made a similar locomotion thing. And the thing is that I tried to use angular momentum as well. But the problem is that it's just so uncontrollable. It just becomes so annoying. It almost becomes like QWOP of it feels more like you're playing QWOP than like an FPS than a game, you know. Once you add rotation, once you add rotational inertia to the equation, then it becomes super hard to control. That's the reason why I'm not using it. So yeah, that's why you can just rotate like this and there's no angular momentum. Yeah. But yeah, it is slightly unrealistic because of that. Okay, let's actually limit the raycast to not be okay, and let me actually display the raycast. Process. Okay. So I have this raycast node, right? And how do I actually get collider? Yeah, get collider. Oh no. Get collision point, right? That's the one. Hit point. Let's call it like that. And then I'm gonna debug draw 3D sphere. Let's do a tiny sphere. Hit point. Okay, something like this. Feels like VR game without being a VR game. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a few station VR games where you can go through. That's the softest they get. The shadows can get much more sharp, but they should be able to get softer too. Maybe I should look into that. Yeah, there it is. Now we can see where I'm casting. It does lag a bit because it's a physics process. Yeah. So yeah, this is what I should do in game. I should have some kind of a UI there to show that, yeah, you can grab things. I didn't even try to use UI in Godot. I wonder how it looks like. So yeah, also one thing I want to make sure that let's move grabbing stuff above. Grabbing stuff. Let's not call it stuff. Anchor node. Yeah, I don't have anchor. There's probably some things that I can take out as well that is not referenced at all. Okay, let's also fork this. Rotation in camera rotation in 3D now. In full 3D. I mean, it was also in full 3D, but it used it was always up and down reference towards the planet. Rotate object local. Okay, I want to take this out now that I can clean it up. Let's see, anything else? Yeah, let's do a little cleanup. I can take this out. Can take this out. Wait, this was actually important, or was it? No, it's actually I moved it outside. And let's not do a grabbing distance. Okay, I want to actually limit my raycast. This is my raycast. So instead of making it -1000, let's do how long is my arm? Like 1 meter. The problem is that this is probably not going to be enough in the game. So let's try this. Get collision point. What does actually return? A vector 3. So yeah, it needs to be like if raycast node hit get collider. Is no, is not no. Does Godot support VR? No. I think this is one of the biggest issues that like a lot of people don't like it because of VR. Okay. Okay, so you can grab it at this distance. This is actually not a bad distance, to be honest. Oh yeah, I also wanted to make it if grabbed. If grab state is idle and collider is not null. Okay. Okay, so you can actually reach a lot. This is 1 meter? Really? Maybe the station is just really small. And I didn't even realize it. That it's this small. So yeah, now there is a danger of like floating away, you know? Because if you just do this, it's like, oh fuck, I can't grab anything. This is pretty far away. Is this really 1 meter? It's possible. And I'm outputting these like vectors. I should probably remove those. And you know what would be nice to have? Changing the distance of the anchor with the scroll. Like a grab and then scroll. Okay. I need to jump over there. Let's try it. Yay. Nice. Thunk. This is already fun, even if there's nothing to do. I should add some lights, some interior lights, and some lights that you can carry around. Actually, yeah, this would actually be fun. Let's make one like, I don't know. What do interior lights look like? Mirror interior lights. Space station. Yeah, this is actually a pretty cool. This is one of the photos that inspired me to make the space game, because like this feels like something that you can do in a deferred render. ISS interior with lights off. Okay, let's see if they have any. Where are the lights actually here? This is the flash. Yeah, they always take photos with the flash, so you never see. Okay, so I guess these are the lights. They have like neon bulbs. This is a mock-up. Yeah, are there any lights in this photo? I don't see any. It looks like a dark place though. Well, they just live in the darkness. Yeah. It's horror game. This is the Chinese space station. Uh, it's surprisingly clean. But they said I was watching some videos today of the Chinese space station, and they say that a lot of items that they use, a lot of experiments and everything, actually use wireless connections. So that is why they don't have a lot of cables inside, unlike ISS and Mir. They have just so much stuff. Like, look at that. It's just cables everywhere. Yeah, this is cool. I want something like this in game, but I'm never gonna make this. It's a weird chair. I guess you put legs inside here. Any lights here? No. Okay, let's do a fake light for now. They could make it out of. Okay, let's make a new scene. I'm gonna make a 3D scene. It's gonna have a mesh instance. Let's make a new rectangle. No, cylinder. Okay, and the cylinder is gonna have 64 radial segments. No, I'm gonna have 8. I don't need more. Who needs more? Okay, and then the material. Local to scene. Maybe it should be local to scene. Surface material. Material. New standard material. Okay, let's make this emissive. Okay. But why is it actually damn it. Why is it embedded in the mesh? Okay. New standard material. Yeah, that is the weird thing. A little bit. Okay, let's go with this. And then I'm gonna override material here, if this is possible. Yes, it is. Okay. Wait. New standard material. Okay. Something like this. There we go. It's a little something. Maybe I can do like a box as well. Box mesh. And I'm gonna use a material. I'm gonna make it local to scene as well. Something like this. Great. Perfect. And can I reuse the same material? No. Okay, I don't understand this. Prefabs. Let's make a small light. Oh, and this is probably gonna be scaled down. I need to scale down the whole thing. I have no idea what the size of this is. How big is this even? Aha, it shows here how big it is. 5 units. So this is... It is hard to see how big things are. How big is the cube actually when you create it? It's 1 meter by 1 meter. Transform. Oh, it's huge. Let's not bind this. Whoa. Okay, so I need to make it a lot smaller. How can I rescale everything at once? Oh, okay, like this. Okay, so this is going to be like 20 centimeters high. Yeah, something like that. That's good. Okay, and now I'm gonna also add collider. box collision, box container. Interesting. What's container? Collider. Collision shape. No, that's the way. That's the way it's called. Collision shape. New box. Okay. Let's rescale it. All right. This is not actually the same size. Doesn't matter. Now let's add a light. Okay, I'm gonna rescale the light later. Well, now I have no idea how big the light is because everything is in a scene. Yeah, and the collision shape is used by nothing. There's no body. So can I convert this node change type? I'm gonna change it into a rigid body. Okay, there it is. And I think that this light should be, yeah, the range is too high, maybe 3 meters. That's the radius, right? So maybe 2 meters. And shadow is definitely gonna be, oh, dual paraboloid. There's even an option for that. Unity doesn't have that. Nice. So the difference between cube and dual paraboloid is that dual paraboloid has less basically cameras, because cube means there's just 6 sides looking around, and dual paraboloid just means 2 sides, and then it creates a paraboloid projection. That's basically it. Okay, let's add a small light. Oh, and by the way, the mass should be like 0.1 kilos. Did it change? Yes, it did. Good. Let's try it out. I should definitely remass my character as well to like 70 kilos or something. Oh, it fell down. It has gravity. Oh no. Okay, so does this mean here we go. We can carry the light now. It's actually still gigantic. Oh. Yeah, and we still have the problem of bouncing. Using tiny items. Nice. Wedged itself. Oh yeah, let's add scroll for distance. Where is my light? There it is. Not bad. There's some light leaks. Oh, that's the dual paraboloid. Look at that. The light is twisting around in 0G. This is way too strong of a light though. Not bad. Looks good. Except for the for the fact that you can bounce off things in light speed when holding tiny objects. But it's nice that the GI actually works. Oh no, it got wedged inside a collider. Okay, got it unstuck. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, let's add scroll. Let me say that I added a tiny light. Small light. Okay. So I wonder if it's part of scroll. No. Maybe it's a separate event. Let's see. Input event mouse motion. The mouse or a pen motion, relative position, and velocity. Okay. Once per frame. Rendered at most. If you need more precise input, use accumulated input to false to make events simulated as often as possible. If you use input event mouse to draw lines, okay. Input events mouse button. General information about mouse events. Okay, maybe that's here. Okay, I just have to Google that. Godot. Mouse wheel. How do I get input from the mouse wheel? The input event mouse button is pressed. Index is wheel up. Okay, so it's just a wheel up index. Else if button index is wheel up. And wheel down. So if it's wheel up, let's go with where's the position? Float mouse wheel. Let's go with int. Plus plus. Mouse wheel minus minus. Well, I need to have a difference as well. Okay, something like that. Mouse wheel delta. Yeah, let's grab distance. Okay, so grab distance plus equals mouse wheel delta, but much smaller. Okay, let's see if this works. So this one is for the static objects only. There it is, but it's the opposite. And it should be clamped to the maximum. Let's make a const. Max distance is 1. So I'm gonna grab distance is clamp math Godot. Okay, and grab distance plus equals, yeah, except that it should be minus. And much smaller. Okay, I'm getting slightly sleepy, so I'm gonna finish in a few minutes. I just want to make the same thing for a rigid body. Okay, so there it is. You cannot go further than 1 meter. But you can get really close. Should probably also limit the closeness. Okay, and let's do what, okay, let me fork this. So, mouse wheel now makes now increases and decreases distance. To grabbed point, such a long commit message. Okay, and I have to do the same thing for rigid body, but the problem is The problem is that it doesn't work like that. I don't know how to exactly manipulate the anchor. So I will need to actually move the relative position of the attached rigid body. Yeah, what actually happens if I manipulate the joint? Yeah, I'm just moving the joint, but nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens. Can you rejoin? I wonder if this hack will work. No. It does understand that it's the same node, I guess. If I detach Okay, it did actually break. Interesting. But it did not move the anchor. Yeah, it doesn't care about the anchor. Okay, well, unfortunately, I'm not going to fix this now. It does work on static bodies. That's good. Another thing I wanted to add is like permanent locking onto a surface so that you can like look around. But you can actually do the same thing by just holding and waiting for it to, you know, to stop. The only reason I would want the permanent restraint is if you need to manipulate objects, rigid body objects. That's one reason. Like if I want to, like, let's say put my feet up here and then like I'm now locked to this surface, but then I'm like manipulating some stuff. So I want to have this, yeah. And that's one thing. And another thing is if you're like in a spacecraft and you're flying it around so that you would be still at one point. Okay, let me remove this logging thing. There it is, it's linear velocity. Okay, I can also refactor this a bit because this thing is basically here. If object is not null and grab input is wants to grab and not grabbed yet, and then I can actually remove this, that, and I can remove, what did I remove? Yes, can remove this, and I can remove this, and I don't think I need this frame after. On click. Okay, I'm gonna go cook one more tea, and then I'm gonna wrap up. Let's just call it cleanup. And I think that this frame after. See what happens if I remove frame after. Yeah, this actually just works fine. The frame after hack is not needed. Other is also not needed. Yeah, let's have a min distance as well. Make it to 0, 1. Oh, this one is not used. But also raycast. Yeah, raycast distance should be the same. And grab distance. Okay, what did I actually put in my to-do? Add rigid build holding works. Add jumping off surfaces. Okay, let's do jumping off. So what I want to do is when you're facing backwards from something, you should also jump off. So like, you know, if I'm should also be able to jump off. So if I'm just looking towards there, I should be able to like space and just jump towards there. Okay, so for that I'm gonna need another another raycast. And I'm gonna make it -1. Oh, 1. So we have 2 raycasts from the player. Okay. Let's call this grab raycast. And this is gonna be the foot raycast. And let's export this. Foot raycast node. Let's call it jump. And this is going to be grab. Okay, so jump. If foot raycast, no, jump raycast, get object, now get collider. If jump off node is static, then we're just gonna apply force to the player. So player, no, not player, but rigid body. Force, apply force. That's going to be a central force. Why doesn't it show all the things? Yeah, force. Central force, it's going to be forward. Just this forward by 1,000. As directional force without affecting rotation. Force is time independent and meant to be applied to time dependent, so it's automatically applied in bend. Okay, let's try this. So it's not going to be a one-time action, it's a constant. Okay, I need to output something. Let's try adding is there a UI somewhere? How does UI work? I have no idea. Godot UI. Is there some kind of an introduction? God damn it. UI building blocks. GUI. So it is a GUI, but it doesn't exist. Base class for all GUI controls. Ah, okay, so it's all this. Ah, the green stuff is the GUI. Okay. Hmm. Aha. There's a completely separate thing for that. Okay, let's see. A child. Can I just draw a little texture rect? Color rect. Okay. So does this resize? What's the size of the screen? Oh, this is the size of the screen. Okay, there it is. Center. So, if I put this down, how is it gonna look like? Okay, I'm gonna go grab my tea. It works. It works. Okay. So I want to actually reference this control. It's a weird name, control. Foot GUI. Okay. So let's say that if jump node of is static body, jump precast node. Oh, there. The problem is that I didn't apply it. Okay, then foot GUI enabled. No. Active. No. Hidden. That's an action. What's the name of it when you draw it? What is this? Toggle visibility. Visible. Okay, so let's try this without any art. I'm gonna have to make some GUI. Okay, so yes, the problem is oh, sorry. The problem is that I did not set the foot raycast. Foot raycast. And grab raycast. I need to say jump raycast instead. Foot GUI. And foot GUI is gonna be this. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh, there it is. It worked. But it's working all the time and not when space is pressed. Okay, yes. I need to check. If input is key pressed, key space, and then do this. Okay, and probably the force is too big. There it is. Flying off into the distance. Okay, yes. The force is too big. So maybe 10. Sport, public float, jump off force. Jump force mult. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, and it should also work if jump off node is rigid body. Let's call it jumpable. So if it is this, or jump of node is rigid body 3D. So I'm gonna just make it jumpable. I'm gonna say if jumpable. Nice. You can bounce some things. No. Except, yeah, this is still too powerful. I mean, it looks like. Okay, so you stand here, you put yourself, and then you go like, whoa, boom. Yeah, the locomotion is far easier now, since you can do this almost inside. You can now even just move by jumping off the surfaces. Oh, there we go. I'm out. Boom. Yeah, it's definitely too much. Still too much force. Okay. So let's make it half. Okay. Let's try to make swimming really slow, so that I don't use it. So that I don't overuse it. Oh, what is this square? What is this cube, I mean? Okay, something like this. Oh, what happened now? What? Okay, this is a bug. Did I... Looks like I only moved the camera and not the whole thing. Yeah, so flying through space is now really hard. Okay. I can now bounce off like grabbing. And I can now also bounce off like jumping. Sorry, that was a mosquito. Tea is hot. Yeah, so I think this form of locomotion just totally works. But yeah, it would be nice to add a little bit of constraining as well myself. That was close. And yeah, I should definitely limit rotation as well. Oh yeah, let's bring in the light. Where was the light? It was over there somewhere. Okay, let's try to do... Oh! No, bad timing. Okay, let's do jumping to be safer. Yeah. That works. Now... I need to get the light. There it is. It's over there. And then I have to bounce off the big cube. So let's try that while carrying the light. Okay, so far so good. Let's grab the light. Come on. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna throw it to the side. Hopefully I can jump back. There it is. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes. Yes, I got it. Oh wow, this is cool. This is actually cool gameplay. I wasn't planning to do this, but you know. Okay, now how do I carry the lamp back there? Into the main part of the station. I can just throw it. Yeah, the problem is that I can't throw right now. It would be nice to be able to like press F or something to like throw. Yeah, that's the next thing I need to do. Okay, so for now I need to throw it like this. Okay. Okay, don't bounce. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Fuck. Fuck. I'm gonna lose the lamp. Ah, and I've lost myself now. Yeah, mission failed. I've permanently lost the lamp, and if I can rescue myself, that would be great. There it is. Okay, I did manage to rescue myself, but the lamp is long gone. Damn it. That sucks. Rip lamp. Yeah. I should also add like a middle click to zoom so that they can look something in the distance. Okay, let's try one more time. Jumping off surfaces done. Add middle click to zoom. Let's try the lamp rescue one more time. Okay, so I'm gonna go sideways. Whoops! Okay, I made a mistake already. I need to jump off. Fuck. Okay, I'm gone. I already fucked up. I can't move anymore. Okay, let's do it again. This is fun. Too bad I need to restart. Yeah, how do you actually restart in Godot? Okay, let's do the jumping. Okay, I'm gonna jump slightly. Okay, that's enough. So I can hit the side of the cube. Okay. Now I can do something like this. Now I throw the lamp sideways. Fuck, I think I fucked up. Oh man, that first time was actually super lucky. Yeah, I can't get it now. Yeah, okay. Godot, how to restart. All right. Get 3. I should add it here. Huh? Let's do it in R and pressed. Right, yeah. And if pressed, then get 3. Restart, no, load. What is it? Reload currency, reload. What? Reload current scene. Okay, that's okay. Does this work? Yeah, okay. It does. Good. Okay, let's try to grab the lamp again. So I just need to be really careful about how I throw it. Okay. I'm gonna approach it a bit. Ugh. Okay, fuck. Oh, it's inside. It's actually inside, but it bounced off. Okay, and I'm fucked. I flew off because I was panicking. You need to be more gentle. Okay. So I throw the lamp gently. And then, oh fuck, I've already far away. Come on. How is this? What did I do? Okay, one more time. Man, I didn't even know that this is so difficult. Okay, and now I'm already fucked because I went too fast. And now I'm moving with the cube. Yeah, okay, well, I can at least come back. At least I can come back. But what do I do now? Should I grab... Okay, this is one solution. I grab a lamp and I jump to the next big cube. Let's see if this works. Grab it, and then... No! Okay, well, I'm off with the lamp. There, I can throw the lamp back. But I can't throw myself. This is surprisingly fun. Okay, one more time. Game seems different. You should make this a survival game. Yeah, I mean... I'm sorry, it's just this mosquito is elusive. Okay, while the mosquito is elusive, I'm losing the game. Okay, so let's do it even slower. How? Aha, there it is. Okay, I don't see. Okay, let's slowly actually turn around so that I can face. Okay, here we go. So here's my plan. I'm gonna bounce off and I'm gonna take the lamp with me. Okay, so bounce and take. Woo! Okay, let me just... Okay, great. Cool. Nice. Okay, now I can... Oh yeah, I can't get... Oh, fuck! Ah! Yeah, this is what can happen. This is the problem with carrying two light things. Ah! I'll never do it. How did I manage to do it so easily the first time? I was like... I had enthusiasm in the beginning. Now I don't have anymore. Okay, let's bring it here. No. No! No, 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 don't go far. Fuck. Okay, yeah, no. Another time. Man! My plan was actually perfect, but the execution was shit. Because I fucked myself up. Oh, and look at this. Look what is going on now. Everything is bouncing off everything. Okay, I can try to do this. Okay, so this is ridiculous. Okay, take the lamp. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Oh my god! It worked. Okay, now, step number 2. getting it into the station. Fuck. No. Don't do that to me. What the fuck? Oh, did I actually make it light? I did make it light. Okay, this should be really light. This should be bouncing off me. Okay. So yeah, I can actually use the technique that I used before, but I can't get the lamp close to me. That is the most annoying thing. So I have to be extremely slow. Okay, there it is. It is floating out. Oh, it has stopped. Okay, there. I can now jump. Let's jump in here. Okay, I'm gonna reposition myself. Let's jump in here. Okay. Don't bounce off. Good. Good. Okay. You know, the annoying thing is that I have only one hand, right? If I had two hands, it would be easier. Okay, there it is. Fuck! Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, it was so close. Yeah, I just had to put it inside. Okay. I definitely need to fix this. When you have a very small item, I need to relax. I need to relax. I need to relax. Okay. Yeah. First off, let's try limiting the mouse look. But I think that this should only happen when you're grabbing. Yeah. This is too little. Let's go with 5. But what am I doing? If grab state is not idle. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is I need to relax. Okay, so yeah, when I'm grabbing, there is a maximum. There it is. So you can't go ridiculous with the forces. With like abusing the rocking motion. Yeah, but here you can. So you can abuse this, but you can't abuse that. That's good. Jump off surfaces. Oh yeah, one more thing that I forgot to add. When jumping off is that I should actually, in case it is a rigid body, I should apply a proportional force. So that you can't jump off tiny items. Like this. Apply center of force, and if jump off node is rigid body 3D, then apply force, and the point is going to be the point of contact. So jump raycast point, get collision point. But is it in applies a positioned force to the body. Position is the offset from the body origin in global coordinates. Okay, is there a global one? Okay. Let's see if there is something. Apply force global position. Position is the offset from the body's origin in global square. So I'm guessing offset means dot get collision point. Okay, but I need to actually find out how much force I can impart. How do I do that? Well, I need to check I need to calculate the mass. Shit, this is much more complicated than I thought. Because it's not just about mass. It's not just about mass. It's also about where you apply the force. How would you do this? I'm gonna skip that for now. I'm gonna think about it tomorrow. So I'm just gonna remove this. Or maybe I'm just gonna apply the same force. And the force is gonna be minus forward. By jump force mult. Okay. Let's see. Did I actually make it? Yeah, jumpable. Okay. Let's try bouncing off the cube. Yeah, there it is. It bounced off. Hey, how is experience developing with Godot? Well, today was smooth, but a couple of days ago, really bad. Like I spent so much time figuring out these joints. You know, joining rigid bodies, and because it works completely different than Unity. And then it lacks a lot of features. I can't even modify anchors, and it's driving me crazy. And then, I don't know, there are some bugs that I encountered that corrupted my scenes. And also re-importing your assets is a very annoying process. Because, yeah, I'm not gonna even talk about it. It's super annoying. Anyway, you have to do a lot of manual work when you're importing new assets, which I wish was automated. And like if you change mesh colliders, then they won't automatically rebuild. You have to manually rebuild them, and for each prefab. That is super annoying. So yeah, I don't know. The only thing I find cool in Godot is... Oh yeah, one more thing about Godot is that you can't live in the editor you know, you don't see where your objects are when you're testing because it's running in a separate player. And that is very, very annoying because in Unity you can do a lot of stuff. Some things will update, like if you move some things, they will update in the scene. But nothing gets transported from the scene, from the game to the editor. So, you know, in Unity, like if I create something at runtime, like some joints, when I create joints at runtime, I can just go into the editor and I can see them, I can shake them. I can be like, okay, what is going on here? What is, you know, if I move the anchor at live? It's so, so useful for like just understanding and getting. And yeah, it's quite, you do this blindly, kind of, in Godot. You have to try, and yeah. And debugging is awful. Errors, especially C# errors, are terrible. Like, yeah. So, yeah, there's no like double click and it sends you into the code thing. Anyway, that's, yeah, debugging is really bad. You have an error. I don't know what the error is. I don't understand this. Can instantiate? I tried to fix this. There is a bug. It says C# script syrpy is not like cannot instantiate. Make sure the script exists and contains a class definition with a name that matches the file name of the script. Exactly, it's case sensitive. So I don't know which one is that because everything else is good. And where are my assets now? Oh, it's because I'm searching. Joint test. Joint test has the same name. Camera controller has the same name. Flashlight has the same name. Player movement has the same name. The only thing that could be a problem is utils, but utils is actually a static class. And it doesn't even tell me which one. Which one fails, you know? That's the worst. It's like, oh yeah, you have some script which is... And it says main scene C# script underscore syrpy. What? There's no such thing. I never made anything that is C# script syrpy. I don't know. I don't get it. So I'm just gonna live with the error. It looks like problem is into the engine, not yours. So yeah. That's pretty much it, what I wanted to do today. What did I... Oh yeah, I wanted to also relax. I now forgot what I wanted to do. I wanted to... Yeah, let's increase the swim force so I can fly to something. I forgot what's the thing that I need to relax. Is it... the spring? Yeah, you know what's also annoying? That this is actually going to save my scene automatically. Whenever you play a game, it saves your scene automatically. And you know, you might think that's not such a big deal. But actually, sometimes I would just want to test something. Okay, so I'm just gonna. What is this? Jumping off rigid bodies. Test. Preliminary. I don't like the content browser. Yeah. Me neither. I wish it had some better previews. The worst thing is that it does have. What is this? Filter files. You know, like when you enter. Where is this thing? When you choose a script. It doesn't have any view options. When you choose a script and you go load, you see it has icons. It even has like script icons. It even has materials. And it even has meshes. It even shows you thumbnails of meshes, and it's actually really nice. Look at that. But for some reason it doesn't show them in the project browser. So yeah. And there is no way to sort them, to show as big icons. It's weird. It's really weird. That seems like a waste of effort if it's not even incremented. Integrated, yeah. So yeah, this is the problem, right? I want to test this joint, what happens when I reduce the stiffness, right? Like, I'm gonna put it to 1. Okay, but I can't because this, when I play, it will automatically save the. So now I have overwritten my project just because I want to test. That's kind of annoying. But yeah, you can also live. Yeah, this is not working. Okay, let's try to grab the lamp. Yeah, I think that's not the solution. So now I have to just discard changes. Okay. Reload. I think the solution is the other. This one is already super low. But let's try this. This doesn't actually change anything to. Oh! How did I manage to get over here? Okay. Yeah, I can still very easily bounce off things. Yeah, I need to tweak that tomorrow. Yeah, it's too easy to abuse this, and and explode. Live editor said sync not being a thing is annoying. Yeah. Unity has it, Unreal has it, Flex has it, really every engine. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird choice for sure. Wait. Oh no, this is the other one. I keep mixing up. Yeah, this hierarchy thing is so annoying. Because you don't, because all the components are sort of in the hierarchy as well. It's so easy to like mix them up, and yeah, sometimes I want to like, I want all components to be here so that I'm sure like, okay, I click on the player, all the components are here about the player and not strewn across there. Okay, let's do one more thing. Middle click. Middle click to zoom, because I just realized that I have camera here, so field of view is probably somewhere here. Yeah, there it is. Let's try this. Can I just override it? Yep, this is super zoomed in. Okay. So, input, if event, mouse button, else if button index is middle. So I'm gonna put a FOV target 75. No, what's the FOV? What's the default one? 75. Let's do it. 15. Okay. Float. Default FOV. And zoomed in FOV. Let's go with 15. But FOV target, I'm gonna say that default FOV is FOV. Oh, it actually starts with a capital O. Okay. Let's do it like this. Okay, it's a FOV. And then I want to set it. Smooth step. No, it doesn't have a smooth step. Lerp. Move toward. What's a move toward? Moves from toward to by the delta value. Let's do a simple lerp. It doesn't have a smooth damp. Okay, let's do a lerp. And we're gonna from target FOV is mouse pressed, mouse button middle. And that's gonna be default FOV versus, but it's flipped around. If middle is held, default zoomed in FOV, else default. Okay, and then we're gonna have target, no, from current FOV to target FOV by delta time. There we go. Does Godot have render targets and stuff for making a camera game? I think so. That is something that I actually really need in this station game. And if it doesn't have, then whoops. Okay, so what did I just do? I even forgot. Aha, FOV. There it is. Now you can zoom in. Oh, it takes forever to get it back. Okay, let's speed it up by 10. In Flex, you can directly control a camera where it renders to. You can control how it often renders. Yeah. In Unity, yeah, you can also output to texture. There it is. The swinging boxes are funny. Oh yeah, and you know what? I wanted to try is how does that lerp even work? Well, it's just basically it's approaching the target FOV, right? That's how you should look at it. It's basically like as if I'm adding FOV until it reaches this one. So it is gradually through time, gradually approaching the target. And yeah, and that's that's a classic way how to do lerping. It's not, well, the problem with this way of doing things is that you have a very fast velocity at the beginning and then very slow coming back. So it's not the perfect solution, of course, but it's a very quick to add solution. And it doesn't require any tweens. It doesn't require, the cool thing is that it doesn't require any state. It only requires your one value, your value that's gonna keep it, and then the target, and that's it. It doesn't need any other transient values like other tweens. Is that the clamping lerp? Yes. It does clamp by default, I think. Okay. I think that's it for today. What did I want? Oh yeah, let's see. Camera render. Godot. Rect camera view to texture. Viewport. That rings a familiar note. Sub viewport. Okay, yeah, I think this is something like that. But where is it? Yeah, I think this is basically the render to texture viewport. But I don't know how to use it. Capsules drawing an interaction in the game world. An interface to a game world that doesn't create a window or draw to the scene directly. Maybe you need to put a viewport on a camera. Render targets. Okay, let's see what Godot viewports. Okay, it's SDF, just like flex. SDF what? Using viewports. Think of a viewport as a screen onto which the game is projected. In order to see the game, we need to have a surface on which to draw it. That surface is the root viewport. To the scene, so that there are multiple surfaces to draw on. You can access the contents of a rendered target by accessing the corpus. Viewports have a variety of use cases, including rendering 3D objects within rendering 2D elements in the 3D game, rendering dynamic textures, procedural, rendering multiple cameras in the same scene. There it is. That's how you do with a viewport. CCTV, security camera. Hey, it's SDF. You mean in the real time? How did you notice it? I mean, I've been talking about it for a while. It is pretty cool. There it is. You see, you can actually render multiple. So how does it work? Aha, you do actually add a camera. Oh, you parent the camera to the viewport. You see? How did I not, I didn't understand this. So it's the other way around. Ah, there it is. There you go. We have another camera. But yeah, you can also handle input. No. Update modes. Once. When parent visible, always. Interesting. So yeah, it can only update when visible. That's quite handy. Can't see where it is anymore. Oh, it is actually the camera. Okay. Well, it is possible to render cameras, as you can see. And then what do you want to do? You set the size. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm getting quite tired. We have some nice stuff. We have motion. We have jumping. We have random rotated cameras. Tomorrow I want to make some props. And we have some really nice GI, real-time GI. So yeah, everything looks cool. And we even have wheel setting of the distance. Can't fit through there. Okay, so yeah, there it is from the cupola. I say goodbye, and I've done everything that I planned to do today, and plus other stuff. There it is. Admit the click of the zoom. Done. Alright. So, thanks for watching. Hope that this will be a finished game in a week. So yeah, good night. See you next time. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I might, but my day is full tomorrow, so I have a lot of stuff to do. I might do maybe 1 or 2 hours of just making some props, and that's it. Yeah, I'll see. Okay, good night. Bye.